Good morning, everyone. All of you that joined us, thanks for joining us. Day 2 of GCSAA stage. Thank you for joining us. A lot of activities last night, and a lot of times this day is a little tough to get motivated to come and show up. But for those of you that are here, thanks for joining us. Today's it's a little bit historic, I guess. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but we're going to announce today a whole shift in the way that we have sampled for and tested for organic matter and use that information to make decisions on how best to manage putting greens. So this is an exciting time. We've done 4 years of research on this topic with 4 different universities, and I'm gonna get into all of that. It's a small group. If you got a question or two, just shout it out, and I'll do my best to repeat that for the crowd. So let me just start with what has been the problem with organic matter testing in the past, and that is that there has been no standardized method. I went to school here at University of Arizona. I got basically a soils degree, a master's in soils and turf. And I worked for a laboratory called IAS Labs here in the Phoenix, Arizona area. And I sampled took hundreds and hundreds of samples. And most of those samples, we collected organic matter on putting greens. And I very rarely ever use that information to help superintendents make decisions about how much sand to put down, how much nitrogen to put down, how much aeration to conduct on their greens, because the information just wasn't that useful. I look back at my records, and the range is from 0.5 to about 2.5% organic matter in all of those greens that I sampled back in the day. So with such a little range, there just wasn't any actionable information that could be gleaned from those soil tests. And part of the reason why is, if you look at the profile on the left, is because we're testing all the dead material in the greens. We weren't testing the surface. We weren't testing the live material at the surface of the greens. So we basically scraped off the surface, and we're testing what's beneath that, from like the 1-inch layer down to the 5 or 6-inch layer. Oftentimes we take samples at a depth of 3 to 6 inches, and while that perhaps is useful to make fertility recommendations for organic matter, that, like I said, the range was very narrow, and the information really wasn't all that useful. And beyond that, everyone sampled differently. So you go to different courses. I'm taking a 2-inch depth, I'm taking a 6-inch depth, and then it goes to the lab. How are the labs treating those samples? Most are taking the samples, they sieve it, so they're removing all the living material at the top, and they're only testing the dead material, which is that's the definition of soil organic matter. But it doesn't get to playability, how the organic matter impacts surface playability, and it doesn't get to agronomics so much. When I talk to superintendents about, hey, I'm having problems with water infiltrating my putting greens, oftentimes it's not because the soil physical properties are in bad shape. The soil physical properties are about the same as when you installed the green 20 years ago. But what's different is all the organic matter that's built up on the surface. And historically, we were missing all of that. So that was the problem we were trying to solve, make this more useful for you all golf course superintendents, and make it repeatable from one course to another and one lab to another. So introduce OM 246. And we'll give Chris Trittaball from Hazeltine credit for introducing the whole OM 246 topic. But honestly, this idea really came out of New Zealand. Those folks had done a bunch of research on this strategy, and bringing this to the U.S. on behalf of the USGA, we wanted to confirm that this was a good method and put some science behind it. We didn't want to make this is the USGA method. We want to make this method something that the universities would get behind because they've done a bunch of research and make a solid recommendation because they're confident that we can make this, this method is repeatable. Okay, so that's where we started. We started 4 years ago with this group, Doug Soldat, Rock Gassois, Doug Lindy, Jim Murphy, and Travis Miller, which is Doug Soldat's graduate student. And they started with a literature review, so they scoured all the literature that had been done on organic matter sampling and testing, and then we came up with methods on, what should we look at, and that's what I'm going to go through in the next couple of minutes. And then I'm going to hand it over to Chris Hartwager in a little bit here. Okay, so we're going to look at timing, the number of samples, sample depth and diameter, and what tool you can all use to sample for organic matter. When it comes to timing, you kind of want to sample when the turf is growing the most amount of roots, and oftentimes at that time of year, the organic matter is about 0.5% higher than other times of the year. But the take-home message here is sample the same time of year every year. If you're in the spring, keep sampling in the spring. If you sample in spring and the next year you sample in the fall, you're going to get a little bit different results. Should you sample twice annually? Perhaps. Some superintendents have found some good information based on that, but my recommendation is just sample once a year and do it every year. Okay? The organic matter group spent a lot of time doing statistics and taking a lot of samples. I'm not going to go through all that data. I'm just going to go fast forward and give you the results. So what you look at there on, Travis Miller gave me that photo, that little hockey puck there, that's exactly what we're trying to look at. So that's in this case, that's a 1 inch depth, and it's 3/4 inch in diameter. That's what we're sending to the lab. That's where all the action is. So we want to take 7 to 10 samples per green, and I'm going to jump ahead for one data slide. That's it, I promise. So on the vertical axis here, the organic matter ranges from 6.4 to 7.2, so pretty tight range. And the bottom line is, once you get past 10 samples, you get pretty good accuracy with the organic matter. So this group took up to 50 samples on one green, and they did lots of statistics, and they said, look, if you take 3 or 4 samples, there's a bit more error associated with that, so let's take 7 to 10 samples. So that's going to be our recommendation for you, is to take 7 to 10 samples per green. We did a cup cutter, which is obviously 4.25 inch in diameter. We did a 1.5 inch diameter sampler. So we did some different diameter samples to see which yields the most accurate method. And sure enough, 3/4 inch is just fine. The USGA has been using a 1.5 inch diameter sampler for the past few years, which was fine, but it's kind of a pain. You got to go to the nursery green and get some plugs, bring them over to the green, and so there's some extra time involved. The 3/4 inch diameter sampler is a heck of a lot easier. Should you use 1 inch or 2 centimeter increments? I talked to Dr. Soldat about this. There's not a lot of difference between the two, but the USGA has been doing 2 centimeter increments, and Chris Trudeball came up with the OM246 and kind of has a nice ring to it. So I think we're going to recommend sticking with that. If you want to take 1 inch, then that's fine as well, but just be consistent. Okay, what tool to use? Guys, keep it simple. Use your soil probe that's at your golf course. Make sure it's 3/4 inch in diameter, and then just cut that into those 2 centimeter or 1 inch increments and take 7 to 10 per green. So anyone can do this. Okay, the lab method real quick. The bottom line is, historically, the labs have done this all differently. They use different methods to evaluate organic matter in putting green samples. But now, the idea is to standardize this where everyone treats it as received, organic matter as received. So we're getting at total surface organic matter, okay? So as received means they get that little hockey puck, they put it in a crucible, they dry it for 24 hours, just to get the water weight out of it, and then they burn it. They ash it at 440 degrees Celsius. You cook a pizza for like 30 seconds at that temperature. So it just ashes all the organic matter, and it gives us a great repeatable number. So the next year or so, we're going to work towards creating an ASTM, American Society of Testing Materials standard. So there'll be quality control, and all the labs will be doing this in the same way. So what lab can you go to right now? There's a list of accredited laboratories, the A2LA program. These labs participate in a proficiency testing program. And so there's a list that you can go to. There's only so many in the United States there. So the only one that's not in the A2LA program is that bottom one, which is Doug Soldet's lab at University of Wisconsin, but he's also conducting this test as well. Now, not all these labs are conducting this particular test, so make sure you have a conversation with them. Say, hey, look, we want to do the organic matter as received test and look at total surface organic matter. So have a conversation with whatever lab that you're working with, and if you need some assistance with that, please reach out to myself or one of the USGA agronomists, and we can help you with that. So take a picture of this QR code. This is a QR code to a white paper that Doug Soldat and I call them the Organic Matter Brain Trust. They wrote a white paper on this recently. So all the information that summarizes their research is right here. And I'll get out of the way so you can scan that. Just wait a second here. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. The next, real briefly, I'm going to go through what the green section has done. So in addition to the research from these universities, the green section has gone all in, and we've done a bunch of testing for really 4 seasons now. We've tested 320 golf courses. We typically do 3 greens per golf course, and we've done over 1,200 greens in these 4 seasons. And I mention that because we've got a really robust database now. And so for those of you that are new at this, we already know what the numbers mean. And I'm going to let Chris Hartwiger kind of get into that. I won't steal his thunder. The number of courses by species, we've done the most in Bentgrass, and if you can read that, there's 108 Bentgrass golf courses, 72 bent Poa annua golf courses, about the same for ultra dwarf Bermuda grass, Poa, Bermuda grass, which is sort of Tiftdorf and 328 greens, and then we're just getting started with Seashore Paspalum greens. You're probably interested in this slide. So this gives you the average organic matter by species, and the blue bar on the on the left side of all the species, that's like I said, like that's where all the action is. So that's the 0 to 2 centimeter depth, and that's the average for all of these species over all the testing that we've done. Notice that the red bar is the 4 to 6 centimeter depth. Regardless of the species, it's basically the same at the bottom, right? So as I said when I first started this, that's what we've been testing historically. That's why the data really hasn't been that interesting and useful for us, because regardless of the species, it doesn't really matter. There's very little organic matter going in that 4 to 6, and that's only about 2 to 2.4 inches beneath the surface, so it's not that deep. But I'll re-emphasize all the actions at the surface. So if nothing else, at least take that surface puck, that top 2 centimeters or top inch. That's where we're using to make all the recommendations. I also like this graph, and this is important when we're talking to superintendents about making decisions about what they should do about organic matter management. So this is for Bentgrass. Again, organic matter is on the vertical axis there. The horizontal lines, that's the 10th percentile at the bottom and the 90th percentile at the top. Again, the Bentgrass average is 5.93. If you're up above 8.3%, you're in the top 90th percentile which when you're, when you're growing up, when you're looking at your height, that's kind of where you want to be. I never made that. But in organic matter, that's pretty high, and perhaps you're too high. But it really depends on your conditions and what you're trying to achieve. And then the 10th percentile is down at 3.7%. So you get all this when you do some tests with the green section. Okay, so I'm going to switch gears and hand it off to Mr. Chris Hartwiger. Chris Hartwiger is our Director of Agronomy with the green section, and he's going to talk about why all this information is important and get into how you can use it to make decisions at your golf course. Mr. Hartwiger?
Brian, thank you.
Yes.
And I did make the 90th percentile in height a couple of times.
Right.
So it's all good. As best I can tell, superintendents are after a couple of things on their putting greens. Grow healthy turf consistently month after month, year after year, and provide a surface that makes most of their golfers happy most of the time. So I get to ask the so what question, like why should I be into organic matter testing? Why should I test regularly? And so we're going to bring together a couple of concepts that I think make a compelling argument for why this will be helpful to superintendents. So having traveled the highways and byways of the Southeast for the last, 28 or 29 seasons, I see commonalities, and I get stumped with questions that I can't answer sometimes. Like I can help you build a USGA green. We've done a ton of research. We've got great construction materials and methods available. But if you were to ask me, let's say we were planting an ultra-dwarf Bermuda grass in Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, to keep the surfaces optimized for my membership, how much sand am I going to need to budget to apply every year? What should my clipping volume be? What about this organic matter metric? What's the zone that I should keep it in? And I'm going to have to give you I'm not sure about that. So this is going to be a way that superintendents and the USGA are going to be able to come together to get some more clarity on that. Here's why I get stumped, because the picture in the center is a brand new green built in 2022. The firmness value, I would say that's very firm. It would be suitable for hosting elite competition, maybe too firm for a lot of golfers. But which way is this profile going to head? Is it going to head to the profile down on the left, where we have 11-year-old or now almost 13-year-old greens with a pretty good daily firmness of 0.416 and an organic matter percentage at the top of about 9.6%, which is right at the ultra-dwarf average? Or are we going to head in the direction of the profile on the lower right, where it's already to a firmness of 0.488? The organic matter after 6 years is at 19% in the top 2 centimeters. Which path is this center profile going to take? Well, a lot of it is going to do with how it's managed, how much organic matter fuel or nitrogen is applied, how much sand is applied, how much sand is incorporated into channels through some type of cultivation procedure. So it remains to be seen. But a missing link has been an annual check-in on, let's say, the top 2 centimeters to say, is the profile where I want it to be? Did I make progress, or did I take a step back? So we're going to be able to use testing to get annual feedback and adjust accordingly. Here's a mini case study from a golf course in Northern California, and I just want to point out a couple of items. First, this was in 2021. The greens were about 1 year old, and Surface characteristics weren't great for golf. A little kind of puffy, a little thatchy, you might say, a little soft. Greens are only 1 year old. And you look at the organic matter and it's like, wow, it's butting up against that 90th percentile. Probably not where you want to be on a 1-year-old green. But in this case, that was good. That was a validation of what was seen on the surface. Now, 2 to 4 and 4 to 6, Brian made the comment that those don't change much, and as you would expect on new greens, they were down near the 10th percentile. Well, just this one test gave the superintendent the nudge to go from the 2021 value of almost 8% to now beginning to trend down by adjusting the amount of nitrogen that was used and increasing the amount of sand that was applied. So they're, as of the last reading in 2023, they're right at about 4.5 or 5%. But just taking that test that doesn't take very long to pull those samples and get them to the lab gave a missing piece of information that allowed different decisions to be made. Okay, the second part of the so what is sometimes we get focused on, yes, we want to have a root zone that's really good for healthy turf, but we also need to make the next step to tie it into how does that putting green perform for golf, whatever type of golf course you're at. So long one of the missing links has been tools that superintendents have at their disposal where they're able to assign a number to attributes of the surface that they manage for every day. So yes, we've got the stimp meter. You manage for speed. You can track your speed over time. But what about surface firmness? We have not had great devices available for superintendents to measure their firmness a couple of times a week. What about this elusive metric of smoothness, which is up and down variability, or trueness, which is side to side variability? We haven't had a good device available for superintendents to use. And that's been our area of big focus in providing tools over the last year or so is the release of the GS3 ball that provides those analytics for you. So everybody says, whether it's organic matter or the GS3, you know, what's the number? What's the best number? I would argue that there's no ideal number. We're going to be able to provide ranges that are out there, just like we do for blood pressure or other medical tests, but this is a tool to help provide feedback on when I do X, Y happens. Or if the greens are too bumpy, what works best? An extra top dressing, a mower sharpening, maybe both, not in that order. So this is going to be a tool that superintendents can use to influence their management decisions. Now, I would say, is this about encouraging everybody to raise the bar at their facility? I'm not making that argument at all. While some will use it for that, I think there's a powerful argument to be made that there's an optimization component to this. Just phrased in a crass way, what's the least amount I need to do? What are the fewest amount of inputs I need to maintain healthy turf and provide a standard that keeps most of my golfers happy most of the time? So with that said, if there are any questions, Brian and I love talking about this topic. Our booth is right next door. Come over and say hello. We'll stick around and answer as many questions as you might have. Thank you for your attendance today, and I will turn it back over to GCSAA TV.
So I have Tay She's a golf course dog, best companion. She's about 6 years old. She's a Australian cattle dog. I got Tay about 2 years ago, rescued her from a farm, and brought her here to the course. And she is all about everything agronomy. Likes chasing the fox, likes dealing with the birds, keeping the groundhogs under control, that kind of thing. She's a pretty fast dog. We clocked her in an XUV at about 25 miles an hour, so she can really put the pedal to the floor when she needs to. Very popular with the golfers. She's jumped into a number of people's carts to just go for a ride. When I first got her, she didn't want to ride in any golf cart, and after a while running the whole course, she decided there's an easier way here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Carter, the Secretary-Treasurer for GCSAA and the current Chairman of the GCSAA Government Affairs Committee. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone here today for today's Government Affairs program. We're here this morning to recognize our 2024 Excellence in Government Affairs Award winner and to discuss the state and policy of politics in 2024 with our Government Affairs team. So before I begin, I would like to take the time to recognize any members of the Government Affairs Committee and any grassroots ambassadors who are in attendance with us this morning. So if you could, really quick, raise your hand, stand up, and please be recognized. Wonderful. Thank you all so very much for your service. Greatly appreciated. So we've got a packed agenda today. The next hour, including an advocacy update from our team, and we will hear from our Excellence in Government Affairs Award winner, Mitch Savage. We hope that this hour will inspire you to increase your advocacy efforts in 2024. So I'd like to start off by thanking the sponsor of today's program, AmGuard Environmental Technologies, and here to offer a few remarks from AmGuard, the company that knows firsthand the importance of advocacy, is Mr. Larry Leonard, AmGuard U.S. Turf and Landscape Technical Solutions Manager. Larry? Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to share a little information about our company. AmGuard Environmental Technologies is American Vanguard Corporation's specialty markets business. From our RPT headquarters in North Carolina, we discover, develop, and commercialize a diverse portfolio of proven chemistries, patented technologies, and green solutions. We're pleased and honored to help sponsor this GCSAA Government Affairs session. All of us at AmGuard appreciate the vital work of the GCSAA Government Affairs team. We'd also like to thank all of the GCSAA grassroots ambassadors from across the country for the vital work. The GCSAA grassroots ambassadors across the country are taking a leadership role and volunteering your time to lobby and educate them about the importance of the golf course industry. Thank you again, and enjoy this government affairs session, and please visit our booth right in front of the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry, and to AmGuard, thank you for your support over the years. So during the Government Affairs program, we get the privilege of formally recognizing our 2024 Excellence in Government Affairs Award winner. This award recognizes an individual, chapter, coalition, or alliance that is demonstrating outstanding advocacy or compliance efforts in government affairs. So joining us today in Phoenix, we have some special guests. Ms. Lauren Thompson, GCSAA Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Rhett Evans, and outgoing GCSAA President, Mr. Kevin Breen. Y'all please come to stage. Thank y'all. So GCSAA is excited to award the 2024 GCSAA Excellence in Government Affairs Award to Mitch Savage, CGCS. Mitch is a 21-year GCSAA member, a certified golf course superintendent, and a grassroots ambassador since 2016. He works at Common Ground Golf Course in Aurora, California. Mitch, please join us up on stage.
Thanks, Lauren.
We're going to grab a photo. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
And now I'm going to turn it over to Miss Lauren and Mitch, and they're going to have a little chat for us.
Yeah, we've got to get to know you more, Mitch, and this accomplishment. First and foremost, congratulations on winning our Government Affairs Award. If you're familiar with Mitch, you're probably very familiar with his service so far. But I would love to ask you, just to kick things off, why are you receiving the 2024 EGA Award?
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. So the short and sweet answer is I'm fortunate to work and be surrounded in my advocacy efforts with some really amazing people who really elevate me and make me look good. Now, the more technical answer, which might shed a little more light into some of the work we're doing in Colorado, is over the last few years, we've seen the development of some really great coalitions, people coming together collaboratively to both help pass legislation in Colorado as well as defeat potential harmful legislation that would really hinder our ability as superintendents to help the game of golf. In particular, I've gotten to work with the CRPA Coalition, the Coloradans for Responsible Pesticide Application, the Colorado Golf Coalition, which is actually kind of near and dear to my heart as a superintendent. It's a golf-centric coalition. It's made up of our chapter of GCSAA, the Rocky Mountain chapter, the Colorado Golf Association, the Colorado section of the PGA, and the Mile High chapter of the Club Managers Association. And it's such a great coalition because we get to come together every year for a lobby day at our Capitol. We work together and provide testimony at various hearings at our state capitol. So really that's the technical answer, but I really come back to really this award might have my name on it, but it's really a team effort. And there's a lot of my colleagues out in the crowd here this morning who their name certainly I wish their name could be on this award too, and it's going to go home and it's a team award.
Well, a lot of moments to celebrate like this one right here, but as anyone would say with any accomplishments, there are ups and downs along the way. So what would you say some of the biggest lessons that you've learned are?
Sure, well there's been some very good ones for sure. I think first and foremost it's patience and persistence. My efforts in advocacy have really taught me to be patient and persistent. As we all know, nothing happens overnight in government affairs. Sometimes that's a blessing, sometimes that's a curse. And I think those who know me would agree that that I've always been a patient and persistent person, but doing this work in advocacy has certainly made me appreciate it even more and helped me hone those skills. Another lesson that I have learned too is, like I mentioned, just the power of true collaborative effort. People coming together, as Rhett always says, rowing in the same direction, and it's amazing what can be accomplished. Just like nothing happens overnight in government affairs, nothing happens because of a single effort by a single person. It really requires an army of people, and that's it. It's hard to put into words the power of collaborative effort. And then the last really recent lesson I learned was more of a quote that really kind of inspired me, but of all people, you can be a jokester and a prankster sometimes, but in Washington, D.C. last year, when we were on the Hill for National Golf Day, Rhett shared a quote with our group that really, he said he had recently come across it and inspired him, and it hit me kind of hard too and inspired me. And it was just a simple quote that said, in regards to advocacy, no voice is too soft or goes unheard if it speaks up on behalf of others. And that really kind of renewed, because I've been doing this for a number of years now, since 2016, and that quote really kind of hit me, and it really kind of inspired me and rejuvenated me and wanted me to really keep going even harder and even more, because it's all about respecting those in front of you, working with those alongside of you, and protecting those behind you, and that's really what advocacy is about.
You mentioned advocacy. Why do you believe advocacy is important for the golf industry in general?
Well, I love that question, because if you would have asked me that 8 years ago when I first got into advocacy as a young, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed assistant superintendent, I would have said, well, it's because it gives us a chance to fight for what we need and what we want in this industry. And while that is true, what I've learned, and I think how I'm going to answer that question now, I think kind of shows what I've learned and how I've grown through my efforts in advocacy. It's important because it allows us to build relationships with our policymakers, and it allows us the opportunity to educate them. Sometimes that's what they really need. At the end of the day, it's about building relationships, and it's about educating those folks who need information to make decisions for us. And I was just sharing a story with one of my colleagues last night, and I told them really there's nothing that feels better than when you go to, like when I've gone to our state capitol to testify, and when you finish your testimony, and you can tell when it's genuine, when a lawmaker whether they're on your side or not, when they look you in the eye and they say, thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to come down and be with us today. We really do need and we appreciate your we need and we appreciate your professional testimony so that we can make informed decisions. So that's why it's important for us in the golf industry to be advocates.
Well, a lot of times they are making those judgments based on looking from the outside in, and you mentioned just simply informing them in a kind and graceful way and then changing their minds so that now they're looking at it from the inside out. I think that's really cool what you said. How do you believe that, or what do you believe could happen if you were not sitting on the policy-making table in Colorado?
Yeah, well, I mean, not to sound like Chicken Little, sky is falling, but, you know, I think if we weren't there, if we weren't continuously answering the call and going to testify and building those relationships with our lawmakers, we would run the risk of just kind of being lost in the shuffle and swept up in the mix. You know, that's why it's so important for us to be there. And, you know, we already know that when we get back home, there's more work to be done, but we'll strap up and we'll be there with, you know, smiles on our faces, and we'll continue to build those relationships and educate our lawmakers. So that's why it's important, because if we're not going to fight for ourselves, you know, there's not many other people who will.
Well, you've got quite the support in the crowd here today with you, cheering you on, helping you in all of your initiatives. But is there anyone in particular you would like to thank?
Yep, right over there. So
that your crew? Hey,
yep.
How's it going?
You know, my wife Missy of 15 years and our 10-year-old son Max and our daughter Bella. There's many nights when I'm away from home, especially in the summertime, long hours at the golf course, or if I happen to be at a Senate or House committee hearing at the state capitol till 11 p.m. at night, which some of us have had to do. They're the ones that don't get that time with me. So thankfully they were able to make the trip down with me. And God, I'm getting all emotional.
Oh my gosh, well, rightfully so. Oh my gosh, can we give it up for his family one more time? Do you two want to wave? Pretty cool to see what your dad's doing, right? Very cool. Well, thank you so much again, Mitch Savage, and congratulations once again on winning our Excellence in Government Affairs Award. Great job.
Thank you very much.
For now, we turn it back over to Paul. Paul, come on up.
Thank you all very much. Congratulations, Mitch. Thank you, Miss Lauren. Sorry. Thanks, Mitch, Miss Lauren. Greatly appreciated. It's now my privilege to introduce our government affairs team who works tirelessly for the golf course industry year-round. I'd like to start off, we're going to have a little fireside chat conversation with them, and I'd like to start off with Miss Hava McKeel. She is the Director of Government Affairs. She manages the programs and activities of GCSAA's Government Affairs Department to advance the industry. Her body of work is focused on the relationship between GCSAA and federal regulatory agencies. Next, Mr. Bob Helen. He's another important member of the Government Affairs team. Based in our nation's capital, Bob serves as Director of Congressional and Federal Affairs and works to address current legislative issues on Capitol Hill facing our industry. And Mr. Michael Lee, rounding out the team. Michael serves as a Senior Manager of Government Affairs and is focused on state and local affairs as well as managing the Grassroots Ambassador Program. So we're going to take a little seat and chat about government affairs. All right. So, Ms. Hava, we'll start off with you, and I'd like to ask you the question of, you've been heavily focused on working with the Environmental Protection Agency as they try to comply with their Endangered Species Act obligation. Can you share a little bit about that work and why it is so important?
Sure. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see our government relations groupies out here. Thanks for coming. Paul brought up a very important issue that I've been focused on for at least a year and a half on behalf of the GCSA membership. It's the Environmental Protection Agency's obligation not only to administer FIFRA. I think you're all familiar with FIFRA. It's our law that regulates pesticides in the country and your use of it, but they are also required to comply with the Endangered Species Act, which is administered by other federal agencies. And the Endangered Species Act says that if you take any action that might harm a species or their habitat, you have to consult, right? So the EPA is obligated by law to consult with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Marine Fisheries Services, as they register pesticides. Well, guess what? It's not been happening for probably 10 years. And there are people out there, if you can imagine this, that don't want our industry to be using pesticides, and so they're using that lack of consultation against the agency, and they've been suing them repeatedly for about 10 years. It's gotten really bad, and there's a lot of court settlements out there telling the EPA, you need to come to compliance immediately. And if you don't, we're taking all your chemicals off the market. So the Biden administration hired a gentleman to come in and clean up the mess and try to get us back on track. And I've been working directly with this gentleman, and he's rolled out an endangered species work plan and several pilot projects. But what I can share with you all is that these pilots should scare you. And I know you were at the delegates meeting, and I think I scared the pants off most of the chapter delegates when I explained to them what these pilots look like. They will take away your use of chemicals if they stand as they're presented. You won't be able to use pesticides at all in many parts of the country where species are. One, unless you get written permission from your local Fish and Wildlife Service agency at least 3 months in advance, and that's not a given. Or two, if you're in this zone called minimization, you will have to use BMPs to be able to use chemicals in the future in those areas. Now, let me tell you, when I took a look at the list of BMPs that the EPA put together for you all to be able to use products, they were all ag-focused. There was nothing golf-specific. So that's pretty hard to comply with. So I've been working with the agency directly for the last 6 months to make sure that if your use of chemicals is dependent on using BMPs, that they actually show up on those mitigation lists. So there's a lot more we could cover. I want to let my colleagues talk today as well, but I will let you know we are right in the thick of this, and the EPA looks at GCSA, our team and our members as professional land managers, and are willing to work with us to get this right. So we're just going to keep forging ahead. I want everyone to know there's a lot more information on this topic in a webinar that we did. It's called ESA 101 in the Learning Hub of our website. So I could take 2 hours talking about this, but I won't, Paul. But it's a very important issue that all of our members need to be aware of, because it could change the course of golf course management.
Yep, it is very important. Bob, we'll turn to you next. Where do things stand on the WOTUS issue, and did the recent Supreme Court decision provide any certainty on waters on golf courses?
Well, thank you. I'm here with some good news on the WOTUS issue. We've been fighting this battle for over a decade now, and it's been a very complicated issue that has a direct and possibly very devastating impact on golf course operations. For superintendents that want to apply inputs or move dirt on, over, or near a potential water that's federal water under the Clean Water Act, you could be facing fines and penalties if you do not receive a permit to do this. And for a lot of superintendents who've come to me, there's been a lot of uncertainty with regards to whether the waters near or on or near their courses are in fact what we call a WOTUS, Water of the U.S. It's been a battle that our team has been fighting over the last decade, frankly, and I've come here with some really good news. The Supreme Court stepped in. In May of last year, the Sackett family had a case before the Supreme Court regarding a property they owned in Idaho that had a very long connection, a very tenuous connection to a wetland that the EPA had said, no, you need a permit before you could do anything on, over, or near that body of water. Supreme Court stepped in Sackett, and by a majority decided that they were going to strongly limit the definition of WOTUS and basically provide greater certainty. They basically said waters of the U.S. are what we all think they are. Streams, oceans, rivers, lakes, anything underground is not a WOTUS. A drainage ditch is not a WOTUS. An ephemeral stream is not a WOTUS, something you barely see water on. This limits the abilities of the feds to reach in and impact golf course operations because the definition of WOTUS is now much more clear and much more narrow. We cheered this decision. We felt that it had a great and positive benefit for our members. So that's the positivity that in the new world we're living in today. The EPA and the Army Corps are working right now to try to put guidance out that follows the dictates of what the Supreme Court said in the Sackett decision. And it's our role as advocates to make sure that our voices continue to be heard throughout that process, because even though the Supreme Court has decided the parameters of what a WOTUS is, there's still a lot of details to be ironed out. So our organization, both separately as an advocacy team at the state level and at the federal level, through our ambassador programs and in Washington, D.C., as well as with our coalition partners across many different industries that all share the same goal of more certainty, are working very hard with federal regulators to make sure that these rules, that they get it right.
Thank you, Bob. It's very... Michael, I've got a question for you. So as you look back at 2023, what has been the biggest one or two challenges or accomplishments that you've seen at the state level affecting the golf course management industry?
Sure. Well, thanks for that question, Paul. As many of you know, and you've heard a little bit here, there's a lot of laws and regulations that do impact golf course management, not only at the federal level, but we see a lot at the state and local level as well. And the challenges differ a little bit from one state to the next, but there's certain trends that we see all across the country. And a lot of these are in the pesticide space. So you heard Hava talk about pesticide regulation through the EPA at the federal level, but a lot of times we get state legislatures that want to introduce bills that would impact or restrict or even ban the use of certain active ingredients within the state. And so those are a lot of the issues that we end up tackling at the state level. In recent years, there's been a lot of pressure on neonicotinoids, such as imidacloprid, which is used on golf courses for the control of white grubs, for the control of invasive species such as the emerald ash borer, that can and do real damage to golf courses and golf course playing surfaces. So it's important that we have access to some of those products. In New York last year, we had a bill that was filed for the third time in a row. It was defeated the first 2 years, but it got passed last year and signed into law by Governor Hochul, unfortunately. When that happens in a state like New York, it's a little bit of a bellwether. And you see a lot of other states that go, maybe we want to do that too. And sure enough, I got a call from our lobbyist in Vermont Monday, just a few days ago, talking about such a bill that literally says in it, we want to align with the state of New York. So, we kind of see that domino effect. We had a little version of this in Minnesota, and I see my friend Chris Almach here, who runs the Minnesota chapter. We talked about a bill last year in the Minnesota legislature that was a version of this. It would just allow the 4 largest cities in Minnesota to regulate pesticides, and specifically neonicotinoid pesticides. So that was a bit of an attack on preemption. Preemption takes me to Mitch Savage in Colorado, and maybe what you heard him talk a little bit about, where there's been attempts over the years, and certainly is going to be again this year, to remove pesticide preemption laws in the state of Colorado. And what that means is it would give local government, cities, municipalities, counties, the ability to implement their own regulations, restrictions, and bans on certain products. 44 states currently have pesticide preemption laws that keep that consistent at the state level. That's good for applicators, that's good for distributors. You know from one county and one city to the next exactly what the pesticide regulations are. If preemption goes away, it becomes a really difficult patchwork to comply with. And so one of our big focuses each year at the state level is preserving pesticide preemption.
Oh, very interesting. So we've had 3 questions so far and 3 very important things that can impact our industry over the next year or in the future. So Hava, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges that we're going to face in the golf course management industry in the upcoming 24?
All right, I'll tell you, my mic on? I'll tell you about two things. One that makes me lose sleep, and the other one maybe not so much. What I'm really closely watching right now is the EPA's focus on fungicides. In the last year and a half, there have been many active ingredients, used as fungicides in golf that have come up through their review period. EPA is required once every 15 years to re-review each active ingredient. And this year, they've really focused in on the fungicides. And so there's some actives that have come up and they're proposed for a complete ban. There are some actives that have come up and severe restrictions. And there's a lot of finger pointing as well. So a lot of EPA isn't talking to each other, the different groups, the different chemical review managers that are working on these actives. And so they're pointing to each other in terms of, well, we'll reduce here, but go use that. And we'll reduce here and go use that. But they don't realize that, like, across the board, there's cuts. The one that has really raised the alarm bells for this industry is chlorothalonil. I've been working on that for about 3 months now with one of our industry partners here, and I've never seen concern about the proposed changes to an active ingredient as much coming out as, for one, as this one. I have had hundreds of phone calls, people saying, fall on your sword over this, like this is used everywhere in golf, it's needed, and the proposed cuts are severe. So if there's some of you in the audience who haven't heard what these cuts are that are on the table, the EPA's come up with a new definition of vulnerable soils. And if you fall into that, it has to do with the level of your water table and the percentage of your organic matter. And a lot of superintendents tell me they fall into this vulnerable soils definition. If you fall into that definition, you will be allowed 1 application of chlorothalonil a year. If you fall outside of that definition and you're a non-vulnerable soil, then they're proposing to reduce the rate about 50% from what you're used to using. On the table also are some proposed 25-foot untreated buffers between all water bodies. And so these are things that could definitely impact golf course management. We worked with our industry partner, Syngenta, to put out a regulatory webinar and inform our members about these changes. We also put on our website an action alert, which allowed our members to weigh in directly with the EPA. And Paul, I was just so pleased to work with about 170 superintendents from across the country to submit to the agency really thoughtful letters. These weren't form letters. These were like 3- and 4-page letters where people were pouring their hearts out. And these were from superintendents across the country that have to host major tournaments. And they're very concerned about, will we be able to provide the playing conditions for these tournaments that we have in the past? So I'm also very pleased that the turfgrass scientists around the country, they came together and they wrote a letter to the EPA, and 20 or so signed off on it and asked for a compromise. And our letter from GCSAA complemented that. We also had the USDA calling us, United States Department of Ag, and wanting to help work with us as well. So I feel hopeful that with all of this outreach, we can hopefully come to something better than what's laid out right now on the table. The other quick thing that I want to just make sure everybody's aware of is that the OSHA had reached out to me last year and said that they are developing for the first time ever a 1910 enforceable standard for heat stress and workplace heat stress issues. So they asked us to bring members, GCSAA members, to the table to help look at what they had put on the table as a proposal for a very significant written heat stress program. And so they let us know that they appreciated all of our feedback. It's a very comprehensive program that they're producing. We asked for maximum flexibility. We told them, what we didn't like about the proposal. We told them what we did like, and we thanked them for allowing us to have a seat at the table to inform what comes out from the agency. But they did let us know that we should expect to see something probably this summer And so you know that when this comes out and we take a look at it, if there's a need to weigh in on it, we will engage the membership to do so that we have something that comes out from OSHA that is something that golf can work with. But we're all together want to protect workers from, heat injury and illness. We just need to make sure it's something that's doable.
We'll be looking for that. It's a great example of how the members get together, help our government affairs team, and protect the resources that we need to manage the golf courses that we're responsible for.
Exactly.
So, wonderful work. So, Michael, I know being on the Government Affairs Committee for the last couple of years, GCSAA added the power equipment issue to the priorities issues agenda. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how it's going to impact our ability to maintain our golf courses?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Paul. And as you look around the trade show, every booth, every vendor here, every company, they're involved in some way in golf course maintenance. Their products are involved in golf course maintenance, and superintendents rely on them. That includes power equipment. And what we started to see a few years ago, starting in California, was legislation introduced that would regulate and, in some cases, ban the use of certain types of gasoline-powered equipment. I mentioned New York as a bellwether state before. California is sort of that way as well. So the law that they passed in California said that starting with model year 2024 equipment, only battery-powered and electric equipment would be sold in the state of California if it had a smaller than 25 horsepower engine. So when you think about that, that's not just handheld equipment such as leaf blowers or chainsaws. That's a lot of fairway mowers and triplex mowers and walking greens mowers as well. As the superintendent told me the other day, that's about 95% of the equipment in a maintenance shop. So that's hugely impactful to golf course superintendents. What I've learned in the 7 years that I've worked for GCSAA is that our members embrace innovation. They really do. They're always looking for the next best tool, whether it's a fungicide or a mower. And so we're not afraid of embracing new equipment. We certainly are going to, and you don't have to look far to see some of the cutting edge stuff that's out there and coming online. But we don't really appreciate mandates on certain types of equipment or chemicals or whatever they might be. So we embrace market adoption. I know the superintendents are going to be using more and more of this electric and battery-powered equipment when they say the use and when it gets the job done. But at the end of the day, that's what it's about, getting the job done. And so we need to keep all the equipment available to us for the foreseeable future. That's why we added power equipment into the agenda. And I want to give a shout out. You talk about how can we be proactive in government affairs? What are the solutions that are out there? I see our friends from Georgia here who were a part of an effort to have a bill passed in their legislature last year that essentially established equipment preemption within the state of Georgia. So again, the state's going to regulate what type of equipment can be used within the state's borders, not local government. So nice proactive approach. We saw that in Georgia and we saw that in Texas as well.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, it's great to see our chapters working on that and our members. But Bob, you're at the Capitol Hill, the big time. So how can the congressional leaders in Washington help our industry out with this?
Well, Michael mentioned market adoption. I mean, we understand that what's coming. We saw what's coming in California. We see it in a lot of other states and a lot of other cities that are considering adopting restrictions similar to what California's done. We don't have a position on the requirement of this at all, but we want to do everything we can to get the right assistance to a superintendent who's trying to do the right thing but needs financial assistance to get where they need to be with their equipment. We've already lobbied and secured law that would provide a 30% tax credit for the purchase of a zero-emission commercial mower. That's on the books for the next 10 years. If you want to make the transition to gas-powered, zero-emission commercial battery-powered, zero-emission commercial mowers, the feds are there to help you with a tax credit of up to $7,500 over the course of 10 years. You've got that ability. What we wanted to do is extend that to the smaller equipment that you're using that might also be needed to be made the transition, either because the state or locality is requiring it or because you want to get ahead of the curve. So there's a bill in the Congress that we helped introduce. We helped draft it and found a sponsor for it. It's the Promoting Reduction of Emissions Through Landscaping Equipment Act. Long name, HR 6013, but the sponsor is a congressman from California, Lou Correa, and he has the unique ability to see what's going on in his state and wanting to help both there and nationwide. Our goal as an advocacy team is to build allies, and this is a gentleman who's been willing to ally himself with us on this important issue to get you folks the help you need. So the bill provides a 40% tax credit, $25,000 a year for the maximum of 10 years and a maximum of $100K. That's a lot of money to help you either retrofit your smaller equipment, or if that's not an option, go out and buy the newer equipment to replace the gas-powered stuff that's in your shed and your tool house. We were happy to have Congressman Correa speak to us at our December quarterly government affairs briefing in December, and we had an opportunity to make sure that he saw what was going on from our side of it, that we are trying to do the right thing here, but our members need help. And I'm proud to say we've got an ally in D.C. We're going to continue to move this legislation as much as possible.
Wonderful. So we've heard some good things, some bad things, not bad, but just concerning things. But Hava, what are you looking forward to in 2024?
You know, Paul, I'm really looking forward to gaining some ground with our new EPA Smart Sector Partnership. I took over the department in 2013, and it was really important for me to begin to try to bridge the gap with the Environmental Protection Agency. You know, there's a kind of a love-hate relationship there, and we're the regulated community and they're the regulator. And a lot of people are frightened about that agency, but I've had a chance to really work, pretty deeply with people that work there. And I know that EPA, could feel threatening to have to deal with them, but they also have a unique service, this Smart Sector Partnership, it's a real partnership between regulated community and the agency, and there's a real firewall between sort of the enforcement side and audits and inspections that you're talking about, and this Smart Sector side, which doesn't cross that line. This Smart Sector Partnership through EPA, really wants to help our members. And I've met some really great people at EPA that want to come out to golf courses, walk around the property, talk about the challenges that they're facing, and help them find solutions. And in the last year and a half since we signed our memorandum of understanding with them, they've been able to go out onto golf course properties and really help our members. Some of our members have called me up and said, wow, I was sweating the last year over trying to figure out how I was going to fix X, and I thought it was going to cost a ton of money and take a lot of time and was going to be some long-term, capital improvement project, and the EPA person that was with me on site said, no, here, this is a real cheap, easy, quick fix. And they were like, wow, that's it? Okay. And they put maps together, and they put things on paper, and they hand them over to you, and it's a real good back and forth. I'm really excited because we've been assigned a new liaison to the EPA Smart Sector program just this last year, and his name's Hunter. He works out of the EPA's federal office, out of the Office of Water. He loves golf, Paul. He caddied in high school, and he played golf in college. Like, there's nothing more that he likes to do, and he's working for the EPA. I mean, what a great fit. So he's called me up. I can't even keep up with him. I want to spend more time focused on him, but there's a lot of other issues, as you know. But we're going to work together this year. We've got some goals. He wants to try to visit every chapter, at least in the Mid-Atlantic region, and go and infiltrate into our chapters and provide information and resources to our members to help them solve their problems and deal with environmental stewardship activities. The EPA can provide technical guidance. They can help people cut through permitting red tape. And one of the projects I'm working on with Hunter right now is to creating a resource that lets our members know where all the federal money is. where are all the grant programs out there that our members are eligible for to help offset the costs of some of the things they want to do. There's a lot of money out there to be had. So I'm really excited about that. I've already called Hunter up and I said, this, no small task here, but we'd like to host the EPA administrator on a golf course this year and get him out of headquarters and onto a golf course as part of our National Golf Day activities. So I'm really looking forward to that. Yep. So that's what I'll be focused on.
That will be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is exciting. We've got a great show here. There's thousands of GCSA members that have joined us here today, and they're looking around for equipment, new products, and everything. But Bob, they've got to have somebody to man that equipment and apply that product. So, what is GCSA doing for our members at the legislative level for labor?
Well, Paul, you're a superintendent, and I see a lot of superintendents out here in the audience. And I think I can say safely that one of the biggest concerns that you're all facing is finding the men and women you need when you need them. I mean, I've talked to every superintendent, and of the top 3 issues they come back to me on, labor is number 1. We get it as a team, and we are trying to do everything we can as advocates to try to increase the pool out there for you folks. I mean, when you think about it, we're at a time when unemployment is in the 3% range. It hasn't been that low since the 1960s. For us to try to find the men and women we need for our golf courses, we're competing with a lot of other businesses that are also looking for those same people. So the goal for us as an association is to increase the pool of eligible applicants, to get you more people out there and to get them sooner to you. One of the things the feds do is they provide a visa program called the H-2B visa for men and women that want to come here from other countries. They're not coming to immigrate, they're coming here to work temporarily, legally, stay here for a season which runs up to about 9 months, and then go back to their home countries. It works for them, it works for us. The biggest stumbling block with this is to get enough visas to people here in visas around the country, and then get them in time for when you can use them. I'm proud that last year our advocacy efforts helped secure more than 128,000 visas out there for people, and we are trying to beat that this year. We've got the feds releasing an additional 64,000 on top of the 66 that's out there, making it 130. Those visas will be available this year, as soon as next month, February, for you to start applying for, making their positions clear at your facilities, and getting them here from abroad to try to help you. I mean, we've got an unprecedented demand for labor, and we're trying to do everything we can to get the visas here and get them here as soon as possible. We're doing this through a process called appropriations. I'll spare you the details, but I'll tell you that the good news is we get them. The bad news is sometimes we don't get them fast enough. What we need is what we call a permanent fix. We're working on that too. We want to see everybody here have guaranteed workers and have as many as they can. We're competing not only with ourselves, we're competing with other seasonal industries such as the amusement parks and other landscapers and other temporary. The equine industry, for example, is a big user of the program. We need to be able to make sure that all of those entities get access to enough visas, so we're not working against each other, but we're working together. We're working hard in DC to build advocates for us on that permanent fix legislation. We have a couple of bills pending in Congress, and I'm not going to stop until I see one of those bills become law.
Thank you, Bob. So, Michael, I'm going to switch up the order of questions a little bit, because this is one of the questions I think is very important. It's one of our programs that we have at GCSA that is vital to our advocacy, and that's the Grassroots Ambassador Program that you manage. It's hard to believe it's coming up on its 10-year anniversary in July. But I want to give you the opportunity to talk about the program a little bit, and if there's any special things that have come along in the last year that you want to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. I appreciate you asking about the Ambassador Program. It's certainly something that's near and dear to my heart. But it's also been made sort of a pillar of the association, and that's because of the support from our board of directors, members like you, Paul, I see Mark Wesson and Scott Griffin out here in the audience who support that program and serve in the program. So to date, we have 525 grassroots ambassadors in the program as of last week. It keeps growing. You know, one member, 1 week at a time. We're building a strong program. And I really appreciate all of our volunteer advocates that serve as grassroots ambassadors. You know, the message that I have is what we do with the program is we try to build relationships with members of Congress at the district level. So we've got Bob in DC doing our direct lobbying. Hava talks about the relationship she's building with officials at the EPA in Washington. It's important that we reach those folks at the grassroots level as well, back home where our members live and work. And so that's what we've been doing through the Grassroots Ambassador Program. But part of my message is those relationships are critical and we need to keep making them. But sometimes you're needed more so at the state or local level. So I think of Mitch in Colorado. You know, a lot of times we need Mitch in front of the Colorado Senate Ag Committee more so than we need him in front of the U.S. Senate Ag Committee. That's just kind of where the challenges are. You got to advocate where the challenges are. And so that's what we've asked the ambassadors to do. That's sort of the new direction that we've taken the program. Yes, we remain committed at the federal level, but we got to be active at the state and local level as well. One other point I'd make on that is things in Congress, if you haven't noticed, tend to move pretty slowly. So we can kind of stay on top of those things, but at the state level, things can move very quickly, especially if you have single party control of the House, the Senate, and the governor's office. So you really got to be on your toes and ready to engage at the state and local level. City councils are much the same way. Things can really fly through quickly, and before you know it, you got a new ordinance that's impacting the way you manage your golf course. So we want to stay active at the state and local level as well. My last point there is that I'm really now encouraging engagement. I mentioned 525 members of the program. Our numbers are great. We're going to keep growing. But what we really need now is the outreach happening. And so, Paul, you were kind enough to bring me out to the Tennessee Turfgrass Association just a few weeks ago. And we got about 10 of our Tennessee ambassadors in the room and went through a little bit of training, right, and helped the ambassadors get over that fear factor of reaching out to a lawmaker. We know that can sort of be intimidating, especially if you're just doing it for the first time, right, Tim? So, you know, we offer these trainings throughout the year. We do it at this show every year through Ambassador Academy. And I've really just been so pleased to see the communication skills, the messaging skills that our ambassadors have developed over the years so that they can effectively reach out to lawmakers, and Mitch is the perfect example of that. So that's kind of the highlights of the ambassador program right now.
Wonderful. Great job. Bob, it's February the 1st, and here in just a few short months, there's going to be a little election coming up. So could you please take a moment to, I guess, express to our members why it is so important to get out and vote and make sure that golf's voice is heard?
If I've heard one thing over the last few days here from members is that they don't like anybody on the ticket. I get it. I understand that. You know, it's a hard time when you're not inspired by the leadership in our country to then force yourself to leave your facility or get out in the morning, whatever time you vote, and to actually do it. But I can't stress to you enough how important it is that you do. I remember a time before I came on board, or just afterwards, when we were lumped in with the sin industry. When our industry was denied benefits in Congress for disasters, simply because they thought golf belonged in a category with dog tracks, massage parlors, hot tub manufacturers for some reason, or facilities. I don't understand that one. But I remember what it was like when we got denied assistance. What we did then, and it's a lot of thanks to the person to the left of me here, is we mobilized our troops to get in front of people in Capitol Hill and at the state level too, in the districts that they run in, represent, to let them know that we were there, that golf mattered. And it's something that's very important for us to continue to do so. We have a social media campaign. We call it #GolfVotes. What we'd ask every one of you to do is when you go to your polling place and you pull the lever or write the name in, you get a little sticker, you put it on, you take a picture of yourself with that tag on social media. We got to make sure that people are knowing that we're out there. Apathy just gets us nowhere as an industry because As a lot of people have told me, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. There's still decisions being made in DC that impact your facilities as much as the men and women that play on them. So not simply because I do this for a living and this is what I live and breathe, but because I'm here to represent you folks, I can tell you how important it is. And finally, if you have any doubts when you're going out to that polling booth who to vote for, do what I do and write Hava's name in. She's happy to run for it. She's a great leader, and she'd be an asset to whatever position she's voted towards. But more importantly, and all kidding aside, is vote. Get out there and make sure people know you voted. It's the only way we are relevant to members of Congress at the House and the Senate.
That's great advice, Bob. I hope everybody does get out and vote and gets golf's voice heard out there. So I've had the privilege and pleasure of serving on the Government Affairs Committee for the last 2 years and working with this great team that does so much for us in advocacy. And I have to be honest with you, before I got on the board and got to see the behind the scenes of everything that you all do, I honestly didn't realize it. So Hava, how can our members interact with you and your team better to help advance our needs?
Sure. We are always welcoming and open to receiving phone calls directly from any of our members and helping them, with any inquiries they have or any challenges they have. We love to get phone calls from our members. So direct one-on-one communications is great. But also, our team provides what's called a quarterly briefing, and AmGuard sponsors that, just like this program today. Our team provides a webinar once a quarter, and the next one's coming up in March. They're 1 hour long, and each of us, we talk for about 10 minutes, and we kind of do a little bit of a look back of like what we've been working on, but also the look ahead, like what's coming up. And I think that's actually one of the best ways our members can stay on top of the work that we're doing. In addition to our quarterly briefing that we have quarterly, we also communicate weekly in GCSA this week. We have an advocacy box there, and that provides more information about what's going on. You definitely can engage with our department if you serve as a grassroots ambassador, and we definitely want the more the better. You can engage with us through our PAC, and I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of different ways that GCSA members can communicate with the government affairs team, and we look forward to that. That's just really the best part of our job.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I highly recommend that everybody that needs or wants to communicate and interact with the government affairs team does so. It's one of our better. Our staff at GCSA is absolutely amazing. Y'all know that. If you had any communication or interaction with them, you know that they're always there fighting and working for you and your benefit. So I remember back when we were at, before National Golf Day, we had our Government Affairs Committee meeting up there. And we had a meeting with the Environmental Protection Agency, and then later that day we had it with the USDA, Department of Ag. And we've worked really hard over the last several years of getting all of our chapters to adopt the BMP, the Best Management Practices Manual. And we're fortunate to have all 50 states, and we've got many of the chapters and facilities have also adopted that program and made it their own. But it was amazing for me to sit back down at the end of the table, wasn't in the conversation, see our government affairs team, Rhett Evans, Leanne Cooper, speaking with the officials at those agencies, and to hear them say, you all are so far ahead of everyone else, every other industry out there, cotton, corn, everybody, in what you're doing. And that's a testament to you, to our Environmental Sciences Department, and to our membership and our chapters for putting the work in to do the BMPs. So I'm going to do a plug for the BMPs. If you have not adopted your facility BMP, please do. It's so easy to adopt it, to work on it, to make it yours. It's a living document that when a regulator were to happen to come by and say something, you've got that document right there. It shows the professional land stewardship that you have and the love that you have for our industry. So
Paul,
highly adapt.
There's nothing our team does that does not involve BMPs. Right. There's just nothing. And I've had the opportunity, Michael has in his world, Bob in his, but I've had the opportunity to share our BMPs directly with the agency, and they just think they're wonderful. Yep, and they are a shield and protection, and there's high value in those BMPs. But you brought up National Golf Day, and I failed to mention that. We'd love to have as many people come out to National Golf Day as possible. I think we're on year 15 now. It's just getting bigger and better every year. We're back in Washington. I'm trying to sign a hotel contract today or tomorrow and make an official announcement next week that registration's open. But mark your calendars, everyone. May 8 to 10, we'll be going back to Washington, and we'll be going to Capitol Hill, and we'll be doing our service project on the National Mall with our partner, the National Park Service. It's a wonderful time. It's an easy, wonderful opportunity to learn how to advocate. And then you go back and you can help Michael out at the state level. So we just really welcome everybody's attendance at that if they can.
Yeah, it's one of the better programs that I've been involved with in my. How many people have been to National Golf Day?
Right here? Yeah.
How many people are going this year? Needs to be more hands up. Yeah, it is a tremendous opportunity to go and meet with your legislator, really just to be on Capitol Hill. Bob, you get to experience it every day and get to see the hustle and bustle up there and what is going on. But I can tell you, for me, to be up there on our nation's capital is amazing.
The impact's amazing. When the superintendents show up in a member of Congress's office and explain to that person how the rules and regulations and laws are being felt at the facility in the district, it really catches their eye. And it makes the point, it drives the point home that all politics is local. So it really makes a difference. Please make the time to come. I would echo that as well.
Well, thank you all very much. Greatly appreciate you stopping by and enjoying this time with us. Again, please join us upstairs if you have any questions at the Government Affairs booth, table area, whatever you want to call it now, up in the bookstore. And thank you so very, very much.
Yep.
There's nothing better than doing in-person advocacy. There's so many values that we like to talk about with our members of Congress and hope that they'll understand, that we're a good industry to support.
Now we get the opportunity to represent the 26 million people that play this game and converge on Capitol Hill in a unified voice. And that's really what is most important about National Golf Day, is that we magnify the voice of the industry.
I was fortunate enough to come to Washington about, I believe it was 14, 15 years ago. Those first visits, they were like, okay, you're with golf, that's nice. And we went along the way. And they now know the issues that we've been fighting for a number of years, and we're starting to get traction on those issues.
We're excited because at this National Golf Day event, for the first time in our coalition's history, we actually had a bill introduced in Congress last week that would modernize the tax code and remove the golf industry from some discriminatory practices against the industry that are, again, founded in the tax code.
We also have the farm bill coming up here that we're looking for turf grass funding. And universities with turf programs are looking for more research dollars, and we're going to be fighting for them.
It's the most important thing we do as an association, because people in this building here are the ones who really can make or break our job.
The best part is when you have these conversations with individuals and you kind of see they have kind of a light bulb moment. It's just all about education, building relationships, and if they have questions about the golf industry, they have someone that they can reach out to.
We're going to be discussing the FIT Act, which will help cover the cost of golf, athletics, things like that, sports, youth activities. We're going to talk about the H-2B visas, helping with the labor shortage, getting the employees who you've already had to be exempt from that cap.
I'm looking to just build relationships and build connections and let these people know that I'm here to serve as a go-to person, somebody that they can go to if they have questions about the golf course management profession. And at the end of the day, build solid relationships that can withstand anything.
We're here to represent not only superintendents, but the initiatives and things that are going to be meaningful to our industry when we all come together, not just GCSAA, but the other allied partners, and we can sit in a room and represent all the different facets of golf. It's very meaningful, and we feel like we can make real change that's going to benefit the golf industry. Maybe someone doesn't relate to a superintendent, but they can relate to an owner, or they can relate to a golf professional or someone else. So when we all come together, it's much more meaningful, we're much more impactful, and it makes a big difference in our effectiveness and overall impacting the industry, which is what it's really all about.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Scott Hollister, the editor-in-chief of GCSAA's Golf Course Management. I'm honored to be here at the GCSAA TV stage today with three representatives of a great partner of GCSAA's, Envu, Mark Ford, Jason Benelli, and Mark Brotherton. And we are going to talk about some of the innovation that Envu is bringing to market. And Mark, I will start with you. Can you kind of tell us about Envu and how the company is helping superintendents make their jobs easier?
Yeah, no, great, Scott. Thanks for asking. Glad to be here at the GCSAA. And just first want to say we've had some questions, some folks coming by our trade show booth, like, who is Envu? We are a company with a 50-year tradition of excellence. We were divested, and now we are the largest standalone environmental science company in the world. And we can be hyper-focused on our customers like for golf courses and delivering value and helping them master the unpredictable. We have some assets and people that no other company has. Things like a 278-acre research and development facility that includes 18 acres of golf turf, 4 holes of golf. It's managed by a golf course superintendent. That's the kind of dedication we have to get it right. 1 in 5 people at Envu are in some way, shape, or form dedicated to innovation. And we conduct over 600 product trials a year, again, to bring innovation, to bring new solutions to help customers solve their problems. And just a note on the name, Envu is pronounced Envu, and it's meant to signify that we are all about bringing the future into view through innovation. So we have a lot to offer.
Makes sense. Great, easy way for superintendents to remember. The Envu brand was debuted last year at the Conference and Tradeshow. I imagine that you're getting customers and superintendents who are much more familiar and are now really able to dial into the products and services that you're able to bring to the market.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, we have a long tradition of excellence, a lot of great brands that our customers trust, and we're trying to get the word out that along with that tradition of excellence, the brands that customers trust, all the people that they trust and have worked with on their local territories came along to Envu, and now we have a really renewed focus on making it even better than it ever was in the past as a new company, Envu.
Well, that's great. You've got a lot of great things going on, Jesse. Innovations all throughout. Tell us about some of those key innovations that you're featuring here in Phoenix this week.
Yeah, thanks, Guy. You know, I'm kind of reminded being up here today because it was last year at this time at the GCSAA Conference and Tradeshow that we broadly revealed to the masses our latest innovation, Resilia Root Health Solution. Looking back now, and I'm still excited today about that product, but we were especially excited at the time because, you know, as Mark mentioned, we are a new company now. And we could do things that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to do in the past. An example of that was launching a Resilia Root Health Solution, which was our first golf product that we launched into the space. And we're very excited about that, not only for that one reason, but what it can mean to the industry and how it can help golf course superintendents. You know, this product I think it was the first product that was exclusively labeled to control root diseases. You know, and we knew that was a problem from listening to the industry, paying attention to what the golf course superintendent has to say, our distribution partners, and you know, all the turf pathologists. We have a lot of good ones in North America, and they constantly point to how challenging root diseases are. And to some degree, it's putting the easy button in front of them with Resilia Root Health Solution. They're very challenging to manage. They're hard to diagnose, and you better get it right. You know, with these root diseases, they can be caused by either Pythium, nematodes, or fungal organisms like take-all root rot or summer patch. And each of those take very specific chemistries to control them. A product like Resilia with 3 modes of action, it controls all of them and does it very, very, very well. And based on now 1 year with that product in the market, and we're seeing the results of that. It has been widely adopted, and we're looking forward to carrying that momentum, not just with Envu as a new company, but with Resilia moving forward.
So it sounds like superintendents' reactions have just been very, very good, and you're at a one-year point here. What's next for Resilia? Is it just introducing it to more customers, getting wider adoption? What do you see as the future with that product?
I think we have a lot of momentum, continue to leverage that, but also it's the conversation starter. You know, what are some of the issues regionally that guys have problems with? And they can work with us, they can work with our distribution partners in finding that program fit, which maximizes the use of that product at each of these facilities.
Well, a lot of positive stuff there. Mark, I will turn to you here. There's some other additional momentum going on with, I guess, an old friend maybe returning. Tell us a little about the momentum as we head into this next year.
Yeah, well, sure. Thanks, Scott. Well, by no means are we done with Resilia. There's still plenty of potential, but you know, part of the whole new innovation platform and process with Envu allows us to bring new solutions to the market at a rapid pace. And so this year, we have several new products that we're introducing here at the golf show. We have Castellan fungicide, as well as a suite of post-emergent herbicides.
Well, you and I spoke earlier about Castellan. It's a unique situation. Tell us a little more about that product and how superintendents are going to be able to use that going forward.
Sure. Well, Castellan is a very strong and a highly systemic strobilurin fungicide, controlling a wide range of foliar and soil-borne pathogens, and can be used, you know, throughout the country on cool and warm season turf grasses. And then to further complement that, we are going to be primarily recommending Castellan to be tank mixed with Mirage Stress Guard. And so not only is that going to boost the performance as well as the spectrum, but really it adds our Stress Guard technology to the tank, which superintendents have really come to see the benefits that it provides from a plant health component. So a solid fungicide plus a plant health enhancer is a really solid foundation for part of the spray programs.
What particular diseases is it best targeted toward?
So sure, so while I said it is broad spectrum, it does stand out on a few particular areas, specifically snow mold control. So it is a great pairing in a program with our Interface Stress Guard, which is you know, an industry standard for snow mold control. Castellan is a great complement to that. Also excellent on snow mold. Then it controls the foliar leaf spots, including gray leaf spot, which again provides another option, another mode of action for superintendents with tank mixing or excuse me, rotating with Densicor, another excellent leaf spot product. And then lastly, again, the unique part with it being a strobilurin compound, it has great control on Pythium diseases. So like Jesse just mentioned with Resilia, targeting a lot of those foliar disease, or excuse me, soil-borne diseases, Castellan and Mirage pairing also in rotation provides great control of soil-borne diseases.
And from a technical aspect, what really gets me excited, you know, we spend a lot of time developing customized fungicide programs for end users and superintendents. Looping back around to, you know, talking about Resilia, and we could talk all day about the benefits of Castellan as a standalone solution, but what gets me really excited is how it fits in that agronomic program. You know, Resilia has 3 modes of action. It has a frac group 28 in Banol, which is a Pythium fungicide. It has a DMI and an SDHI. What are you going to apply in your greens before that application or after that Resilia application? So what we want is something to have a lot of activity on root diseases and preferably a different mode of action. That's where Castellan, our fluoxystrobin, is that QOI fungicide that guys can rotate Resilia with. And then ideally, they do that, water that into the root zone, excellent root health. And then on the surface, use things like Signature Extra Stress Guard to help boost photosynthetic efficiency. Would be a dynamite program. I often joke to a superintendent that the best fungicide out there is a tank mixture of sunlight and air movement. And oftentimes in a lot of different programs, the second best fungicide is Signature Extra. So we look forward to communicating that and seeing the results of those programs throughout the country.
Well, the evidence of the innovations that we've been talking about here are pretty clear from what you've been describing, and they probably roll in. I want to talk just briefly about some cool season herbicides. It's not superintendents might not normally associate with Envu, but you're beginning to branch out in that area. Mark, can you tell us a little more about those?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be introducing a suite, like I said, 5 different post-emergent herbicides, 3 of which we think are going to have a pretty good fit for the golf course superintendent. So as you see here, Terradex Power Premix, that's on some of your hard-to-control broadleaf weeds like thistles and like no-mow areas. So really strong from that perspective. Acuvis is kind of your catch-all go-to for broadleaf weed control, as well as annual and perennial grasses. And then lastly, Acclaim Accelerate is targeted towards some of those hard-to-control crabgrass plants, specifically in the 3 to 5 tiller stage, as well as torpedo grass and warm season turf.
Well, a lot going on. Mark, the company's obviously hit the ground running. I thank you for your time. Jesse, Mark, really appreciate it. We appreciate, from a GCSA perspective, Envu's support of the industry and the association. Thanks, everybody, for being here at the GCSA TV stage for the 2024 GCSA Conference and Trade Show.
Welcome to the GCSAA live TV stage here at the GCSAA Conference and Tradeshow, the 2024 Conference and Tradeshow here in lovely Phoenix, Arizona, right? Absolutely lovely here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm signing on and signing off in the same episode. I've got one segment today, and it's a joy to spend it here with Jake Field. That was easy. I didn't have to ask you how to play it. Jake's the golf course superintendent at Edgbaston Golf Club outside of Birmingham, England.
Yeah, that's
outside.
Well, it's a kilometre from the city centre, so it's really, really close. Yeah.
Okay, good. So we were talking offline there. I've done a little bit of homework. It's in the Western Midlands, right?
Yeah,
the Western Midlands, but of course Birmingham is the sort of center of the Western Midlands. So let's talk about what it's like growing grass out there, how people play golf, and sort of the way you have to manage your golf course around the play. 12 months a year, cloudy, rainy, just what we'd expect in England.
Yeah. You know, we don't get many good days weather in England, and we're expected to present a great golf course 365 days a year, so it can be tough at times. Yeah.
So the soils we were talking about in the region are clay, right?
Yeah, very.
So that's got to create a significant challenge. But you said you were doing some top dressing in some areas to help with that. What areas of the golf course, and what are you doing?
Yeah, so we're top dressing greens, tees, and approaches, and we're doing that. We're doing about 100 to 150 tons on greens per year, and then tees and approaches around 80, 90 tons a year top dressing.
Okay, that's good. Chucking a lot of sand. Now, let's get to the putting greens, and one of the things we're here talking about. You decided, and a bunch of your mates here as well apparently have decided. There we go. Let's shout it. It's like a local pub happening. Decided to start interseeding, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about why you decided to do that at first, and maybe not rebuild.
So we're highly power-dominated greens at Edgbaston, and our membership wouldn't really allow us to kill the greens and then fully regrow them with Bentgrass. So we started overseeding to help with disease pressure. We're losing a lot of pesticides in the UK and things like that. So
you're already starting to anticipate not being able to have all the tools you used to have.
Yeah.
And one of those tools was fungicides, and annual bluegrass maybe a little bit more sensitive to diseases, harder to keep alive with less chemicals. So now you've got the motivation to do it. There's a lot of bent grasses out there. How'd you go about, let's talk about how you went about deciding which one to use.
Yeah, so I've spoken to a few different bent grass growers, and my previous experience has always been with tea to green. I think the products they have are fantastic, and with us being a heavily shaded site, as you can sort of see on some of those photos, Crystal Blue Links came out on top.
Blue Links.
Yeah, that came out on top.
Did you get to see it growing anywhere? Were there guys in the area that had some Crystal Blue Links? You could see how it was performing?
Yeah, we went and visited a few sites. I used to work in Sweden, and we were using Crystal Blue Links over there, and I've seen it work in colder climates.
Good. Okay, so one of the things that's critical when you're interseeding is you need a pretty hardy bentgrass. It's got to be a little bit more aggressive than when you just kill everything else and just seed into it. Have you started to see that how long you been at it? Let's put it that way. How long have you been in this interseeding program? And, I've seen interseeding. Right after you do it, you see all the lines, and then it's like, okay, where'd it go?
Yeah.
Right? And that's always been the sort of knock on interseeding. So let's first, how long have you been doing it, or are you starting to feel like you're making some headway?
Yeah, so we've been at Edgbaston, we've been using the products for 3 years now. We're starting to see some colonisation of the bent grasses on the green, so it is starting to creep and compete against the POA.
Were they 100% POA greens?
80-20, 80% POA, 20% bent.
So just a little bit of bent grass.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so you're not seeing any sort of old bent grasses making their way back in?
No. I think the unique colour of the blue links, it's quite obvious to see that against conventional sort of brown top bend.
Excellent. Okay, so seeding in 4 times a year for the last 3 years. You're starting to see it make its way in there. Are the members saying anything? Does it look like it's playing different? Are you starting to notice that you don't have to water as much? And that's maybe the second part of the question. First part of the question is, Are you changing your watering, your fertility, your mowing, your cultivation as part of getting the bentgrass to be more successful there?
Yeah, so we're finding we're having to maybe brush cut a lot more and to really get the plant standing up.
Okay.
But we're able to cut higher heights of cut now with the bent grasses to achieve the green speeds that I desired.
Okay. Are you top dressing more?
No, I'd say around the same. Maybe slight reduction.
Can you keep them dry, or is it pretty much hard to keep them dry?
No, with the bent now and obviously some new surfactants that are coming onto the market.
So wetting agents as well.
Yeah, we're able to dry the greens really far down and not really show too much signs of wilt. So.
Okay, so as the POA starts to decline, do they look bad sometimes? Do the members say anything sometimes? Because this is the pains of this, right?
Yeah, so we're using growth regulators to try and hurt the POA. You know, we were talking about that previously. So that we do get some yellowing of the POA when we're going hard with the growth regulators, but we're using pigments and things like that just to try and keep things looking
there you go.
Looking good, yeah.
So are you starting, let's go back to the things you save. After 3 years, you're starting to see the bentgrass happen there. Are you seeing less disease?
Yeah, we're seeing less disease out there, yeah, definitely. So I've not sprayed a fungicide now for 13 months. We are still getting some activity, but we're interseeding through like a small handheld seeder into the scouring and then giving it the best chance of it to colonising.
So I want to make sure I heard that. We'll say it again. You said you haven't sprayed in 13 months.
Yeah.
Even okay. So okay. There we go. What about What about microdocium patch?
Yeah, so that's the disease we struggle with the most.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And you have other things you're using, just not fungicides.
Yeah. We're using some heavy metal products to like acidify the surface. Yeah. There's new products that we're starting to use, like chitosan and different things like that.
Okay, good. So you're not using traditional fungicides, you're using other types of fungicides.
Almost like a bio.
Because you probably could get microdocium patch 12 months a year out there, couldn't you?
Yeah, I've seen it happen in the summer, yeah, but we suffer mainly in the autumn. So sort of November, December, or even October sometimes, you know, get those warm, wet evenings, and yeah, it's tough.
Well, here's the thing that I've always sort of wondered about. Where you live in an area where POA wants to grow, one of the challenges you have is when you're going to be playing golf on those surfaces when the bentgrass isn't actively growing.
Yeah.
I thought I heard you say something about cold tolerance or vigor. Are you getting a little more growth out of the crystal blue links in the cooler parts of the year? Because you know, like I know, if you're playing golf in January and February, and it's cloudy. I mean, the grass isn't growing, but the POA, the bentgrass isn't growing, but the POA might be growing. And you're also disturbing it a little bit, which makes more opportunity for the POA to fill in, right? So is the crystal blue links actually doing better on the shoulders of the season?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's really aggressive, like how it's creeping now, and it seems strong enough to go into those colder seasons and compete still with the POA.
And sanding it through the winter time as well?
Yeah, so if we have really cold, dry periods, we'll throw some light dressings out there. But if it's warm and wet, obviously, we don't want to be throwing sand out.
Feeding through the winter? Do you feed through the winter?
Very small amounts.
So I'm wondering about that as something to stay away from. Something to stay away from in the wintertime, because annual bluegrass really likes taking up those nutrients when it's cold.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you starve it out a little bit, but you're also getting golf, and you need some growth.
Yeah.
Does the bentgrass respond a little bit?
Yeah, I've seen response, yeah.
So what about cultivation stuff? We like coring, sanding, all those things. Are you feeling like that's changing at all now that you've got the bentgrasses starting to grow in their populations?
Yeah, so I was very lucky really, like my organic matter's pretty under control and I've got no real need to pull cores or scarify, and I do some light verticutting through the summer months. So we'll punch solid tines and try and backfill those with the sand rather than pulling cores.
Huh. So what about conversations with golfers? We tend to think maybe they know what's there, most likely they don't. When you said you were going to do this to the club leadership, they were okay with it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they didn't want to rebuild it. They took your advice to do this. Is anybody other than the people that know you're doing this saying anything to you about the way the greens play or perform?
We're getting a lot of good feedback, to be honest, all year round now. I think the biggest pressure for us in the UK is the fungal activity, and we're seeing less and less each year. We get down the line into our overseeding program.
So you're getting good feedback that they're playing really good, that they're enjoying how it's playing, and
yeah, absolutely.
They're noticing it, you think, or?
I think it's a day-to-day golfer, you know what they're like.
Yeah, I do know what they're like. That's what I'm figuring. They don't really notice what one of the goals of these interseeding programs is to not have them notice, and to actually make our jobs a little bit easier, knowing that you're not going to have all these tools moving forward. Now, speaking about moving forward, will you keep it up? Will you expand interseeding to other parts of the golf course? Let's start with, are you going to keep doing it on the greens 4 times a year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the more I can put in there, the better.
Okay.
But we are looking at the possibility now of doing a few tees which are heavily shaded with crystal blue links again.
Okay, you like the shade tolerance?
Yeah, really, really heavy shade.
Really heavy shade. Oh, lots of trees. It's a parkland golf course.
Yeah, and we're in a conservation area, so we're not allowed to fell trees to make surface, make it more environment.
But don't you get a lot of storms that come through when they fall, or just accidentally fall?
Yeah, maybe 4 to 5 a year we lose trees.
So really heavily shaded. That also is very conducive to the POA. You're saying the crystal blue links is really competitive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you notice it, huh?
Yeah.
Is it just it's able to keep the ground covered, or you're taking clippings off and it's really growing?
Yeah, it's just visibly you can see it's covering. We're getting such better coverage, yeah.
I didn't ask you about rate.
Yeah.
What about seed rate? What rates we've been using on the greens? You're laughing. It's like all the way open, or?
No, so I can't convert from US to the UK metric.
So just how many greens do you get out of a 5-pound bucket?
So we have a hectare of greens. I know you guys use acres.
2.5 acres.
So we're using three 10-pound tubs.
3 10-pound tubs. So
per
30
time.
pounds.
Yeah, per time.
Yeah, so it's 10 pounds per acre. 2 pounds per thousand. That's roughly 2 pounds per thousand. That's not that. And in interseeding, right, you have to assume not every seed's going to make it into being a plant. Again, you're mowing and doing everything. You're not doing anything to create a seed bed, other than you just slit the seed in.
Yeah, and sometimes we'll dimple seed.
Yeah, you'll dimple seed, but it's not like you're, not playing and not prepping them for play every day.
No.
They're getting prepped for play every day.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the challenges that interseeding faces, right? Because you're not doing anything to favor those seedlings.
Yeah, we're reducing mowing after interseeding, so we'll reduce from 6 times a week. So day to day we're 6 times a week.
Yeah.
When we get the seed germinating through, we'll drop to maybe 4,
Yeah.
and then just do some additional rolling in between.
Okay. And so, what about the approaches? You're going to interseed in the approaches as well?
I don't think I've got the budget for that.
Oh, you don't get the So, have you started the tee program, or is that coming soon?
Yeah, it's something we're going to look to do in the spring.
Okay, so what do we want to say to these guys before we wrap it up? Have they all sort of done the same things you've done?
Yeah,
what would you say about these guys? All doing greens?
Yeah.
Anybody been doing it longer than you?
I think, maybe a couple of them.
And they're starting to see the same benefits from these.
I think they're probably further down the line than I am.
Probably further down the line. So then the question remains, how'd you get roped into being up here with me?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Mr. Sharp over there.
All right, Jake, great
Thank
having
you.
you here. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Let's thank everybody, Tee to Green, for sponsoring this, Jake for coming up and putting up with the abuse. Let's get a few videos now from our sponsors at Tee to Green. Thank you all for joining us. Big shout out to the crew here. Yeah.
We started here in 2018 with the initial land clearing, getting the property ready to build a golf course. But really the main construction and dirt moving happened in 2020, which is when I was on board in May of 20. So right during COVID was when our push was to get the golf course completed. And now we're near second full golf season here. So we're starting to hit our stride and really get the golf course where we want it to be. This is actually my 4th grow-in, just the first as being the head superintendent doing the growing. So I kind of had an idea of what was going to be happening, what needed to be done, and the relationships you kind of had to work with, whether it be with the development or the construction company or subcontractor. It was a lot to take on, but really a great payoff in the end. On our greens, we are pure distinction. So we are tee to green on all of our short grass, and then we have a turf type tall fescue and Kentucky bluegrass in the rough. The last course I was at, Chatham Hills in Westfield, just a few miles from here, we had almost the exact same selections there. So we were pure distinction over there with a similar fairway type grass. So we really liked, the color over there and some of the physical characteristics about it. So we decided to go with it here. And David had kind of decided that before I got here. So we rolled with it and we're pretty happy with it now. The difference in color from the crystal blue to the pure distinction is it's more of like a light, like lime green color. So the entire green surface kind of pops out and kind of gives golfers a target. And we really love how true pure distinction rolls, because no matter if we roll or mow, we get a real true roll of the ball. The roots on tee to green is just unbelievable. We pull a sample on our greens, the roots are, 8-12 inches down. We pull cores on our tees and fairways, and it's the same thing. So having that great root structure and soil profile for us has been huge. With having that great root structure, we're not having to water as much, so we can, keep that top surface a little drier. That helps us not have as much disease. It doesn't have, you don't have ball marks, so it's just everything that has to do with playability is a lot better on top there. We want turf grass that's upright growth, dense, uniform, because that for us just allows us to have a more consistent playable surface. So everything that we chose is doing that for us, because we're happy with how everything rolls and how everything plays. Tee to green has been awesome. Playability, the roots, everything in this area, the climate, it's just perfect for it, because we're great Bentgrass cool season area, and tee to green has been great for us. So anybody that's doing a project or anything like that should definitely consider using it.
Visit Tee to Green at booth 1754 at this year's GCSAA Conference and Tradeshow to learn about their legendary bent grasses. Be sure to check out Tee to Green's newest offerings, including PC 2.0. Boasting a dense, upright, and aggressive growth habit, it competes exceptionally well against Poa annua, while displaying a stunning medium green color and very fine leaf texture. Another new offering, Prestige Premium Bentgrass, a blend of our 2 highest performing bent grasses, Pure Distinction and Pure Select, provides tour quality surfaces on a day in and day out basis, even in the harshest climates. Also, learn more about our other time-tested varieties, such as Pure Distinction, known for its aggressive high-density growth and exceptional disease resistance, and Pure Select, which delivers excellent density, disease resistance, and wear tolerance for tees, greens, and fairways. One of our best blends, Performance Green and Fairway Blend, combines 3 top-performing bentgrass varieties, Penn Lynx 2, Pure Select, and Crystal Blue Lynx, for disease resistance, heat and cold tolerance, quick recovery, with an unmatched performance. It's great for new establishments as well as overseeding or interseeding into existing turf. For shady areas, there's Crystal Blue Lynx with its unique blue color, excellent growth habit, and outstanding disease resistance for those shady greens, tees, and fairways. Make sure to check out the world's finest bent grasses from tee to green in booth 1754. Bentgrass, it's all we do.
All right, welcome back to the GCSAA TV stage. Lauren Thompson here. We've got a lot of excitement building. A nice crowd has gathered together for our CTEM Recognition and Edwin Budding Award presentation. It is now my honor to bring on our CEO, Rhett Evans, Kevin Breen, CGCS, President of the GCSAA Board of Directors, also Doug Dykstra, CGCS Board of Director and Chair of the Equipment Manager Task Group. Welcome, gentlemen. For now, we're going to turn things over to Doug.
Thank you, Lauren. Welcome to this year's CTEM recognition. As every superintendent knows, turfgrass equipment managers are a vital part of our maintenance team. The quality of the product we produce for our golfers could not be achieved without their expertise. In 2022, GCSAA launched the first ever professional certification of equipment managers, the Certified Turf Equipment Manager, CTEM. We are here today to celebrate the 12 highly talented and motivated members who decided to elevate their profession and themselves by earning the CTEM recognition. Without further delay, let's meet the CTEM class of 2023. Scott Fowler, CTEM, Cattail Creek Country Club, Glenwood, Maryland. Christopher Zemlicka, CTEM, the University Club, Brown Deer, Wisconsin. Philip Taylor, CTEM, the golf club at Black Rock, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Jonathan Watson II, CTEM, Wycliffe Golf and Country Club, Wellington, Florida. Orlando Acevedo III, CTEM, Polo Club of Boca Raton, Florida. Jordan Roth, CTEM, Champions Run, Omaha, Nebraska. Thanks, Doug. Mitchell Hunt, CTEM, Traverse City Country Club, Traverse City, Michigan. Brandon Andelet, CTEM, Stone Creek Golf Club, Omaha, Nebraska. Christopher Johnson Jr., CTEM, Jupiter Island Club, Hobie Sound, Florida. Clinton McGee, CTEM, Payne Valley at Big Cedar Lodge, Hollister, Missouri. David Gummo, CTEM, Sandpoints Golf Club, Sandpoints, New York. Brack Crouch, CTEM, Talisker Club at Tahay, Camas, Utah. Gentlemen, you exemplify excellence in the equipment manager profession. We are thrilled to have you as part of our GCS family. All right, picture. We'll kind of probably scoot together a little bit. Please, let's welcome back Lauren to the stage. You guys go ahead and sit down.
Thank you so much. Well, we're going to ask Rhett and Kevin to step forward with me because it is time now to give away a beautiful piece of crystal, quite the award, the GCSAA Edwin Budding Award, given annually since 2007 to an individual in the turf equipment industry whose actions have gone above and beyond the norm to help shape the turf equipment management industry into what it has become today. The 2023 winner is a perfect example of this commitment. Your 2023 Edwin Budding Award winner is Gary Bogdansky. Gary, come on up.
Congratulations.
Ooh, look at there. There's my picture and everything. Wow, look at that crowd. Holy, whoa. Oh, here. Oh.
There we go.
Rookie mistake, giving it to Rick.
Yeah, well.
Well done. Gary, I got to say that trophy looks great in your hand. How does it feel to be honored with the Edwin Budding Award?
I'm so grateful. You know, it's such an honor. Even to be nominated is such an honor. And to go through the process and actually win the Edwin Budding Award. You know, it's like when I see this trophy, when I look at this trophy, I will think about all the work we've done over the years. You know, we did all those conference calls. Trent Manning, you know, from 2016, we did the study guides, and then we did the EMCP Level 1 test, and then the Level 2, and finally rolled out the CTEM in 2022. So this is a milestone. So, like I said, when I look at this, I will see, and I will remember all the friendships, all the people I remember, and the GCSA staff. It's been so awesome over the years. I'm truly, truly thankful and grateful. Thank you.
We've got to go back to the beginning. I think everyone would be curious to know how you got your start in the industry.
So, when, and my mother played a part in this, I had a plan A, like you were talking to, you know, Dottie Pepper yesterday. Yes. So my plan A was to go to college. I was in college. I was studying chemical engineering. I was there 3 years, and I didn't want to do it anymore. So I took a semester off, and my mom worked at the Sharon Golf Club, and she said, "Hey, there's an opening for a mechanic." And I thought, well, all right, I'll try it. I mean, at first I'm thinking, all right, mechanic. You know, I had these dreams of college and, you know, doing other things. So I started, and I remember telling the superintendent, I said, you know, I'll give it a week. And here I am. Almost 36 years later, I'm still there, because there's a thing about golf course work, once you get involved in it, it's so exciting. It keeps me entertained, engaged. And I know a lot of you EMs, they understand too, you know, how fulfilling it can be to work on equipment, to actually like tweak equipment, fix it, get it right, and just that curiosity. That's the part that really, really gets me. So my mom, she said, you apply for it, and when your mother tells you something, you better do it.
Yeah. That's wise words to all of us, right?
Right.
So you're also an instructor at Ohio State ATI. I believe we've got some of your students in the crowd.
Yes. Yes.
Some Buckeyes here.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
cool.
The Ohio State University, the ATI branch. So I'm going on my 6th year teaching. I started, Dr. Ed Nagel kind of asked me about 6 years ago if I was interested in teaching for the turf equipment manager certificate program, and I said yes I am. So I started out with a reels class, and from there I added the turf equipment operation and maintenance class, and the students are awesome. The students, it's like I equate to the golf course. You get involved, you get involved in teaching and the students, and you see the young people, because what I really teach in a way is a foreign language with your hands. So if you're not used to working with equipment, and it takes a little time, so sure. I always tell the students, patience. You start out with patience. When you get involved in the golf course industry, whether you're going to be an equipment manager or superintendent, this community is just so giving back. That's what my motto's been for the last 10 years, give back to the industry that's been good to me, and entice or incentivize younger people to take my place.
Sure.
I'm not getting any younger, although.
Well, so give back to the industry. Yeah. That's great advice. But with your students here, but ultimately talking with all of us, what is your best advice that you'd like to pass on to your students?
So, always I'm gonna say work hard. You know, this is kind of cliche-ish, but you know, work hard, keep after it. I know times get tough sometimes, but like I said, there's a whole community behind you. If you have any questions or any answers, and I say this all the time in my classes, that you know, when you get out there in the real world, the industry, that you're gonna have the backing. You're gonna have the backing of everybody. It's such a giving industry.
It sure is. Well, please give it up one more time for Gary Bogdansky, your 2023 winner of the Edwin Budding Award.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, but when I say quick, I mean it. It's 5 minutes, and then we're going to get to one of the coolest drawings that we do this week, so stick around. Welcome back to GCSAA TV. Lauren Thompson here. I hope all of our attendees have enjoyed their time here on the trade show floor, that they've had time to go around to stop by all of the booths. We have finally arrived at a moment plenty of us have been waiting for, one we anticipate each and every year at this gathering. And to help me do this, I would like to bring on John Price, Head of Turf and Ornamental Business for Envu, who is going to help me reveal the winner of this year's Flyaway Geese Dog Giveaway. John?
Thank you. And thank you to the GSCAA for hosting another wonderful show. It's been a great week. On behalf of myself and all my colleagues at Envu, we just wanted to say that we're very proud of our partnership with GCSAA and for sponsoring the Flyaway Dog Goose Giveaway, the Flyaway Goose Dog Giveaway, again this year. That's a mouthful. As a leader in environmental science, Envu is fully committed to the sport of golf and to innovation. And we're very proud to be here today. Thank you for a great week. Safe travels back home. Now let's learn who's going to win our furry friend, our Flyaway Geese Dog Giveaway. Thank you.
All right. A lot of people are crossing their fingers. They're hoping that we're going to be saying their name right now. So to help us do that, let's bring up the founder and owner of Flyaway Geese, Rebecca Gibson. Please give it up for her and her very cute furry friend. Rebecca, who do we have with us?
We have Easy with us today.
Easy, cool.
Easy's a 2-year-old border collie. This is his, well, actually, it's his second trip to GIS, so.
Very cool. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the foundation. You brought some cool things with you as well.
We did. So, you know, Flyaway Geese trains border collies to do goose control on golf courses across the world. And we're excited to be partnered with Envu. It's been a great partnership for the last 3 years. This year, not only are we going to give away the dog, but Purina has donated a year's worth of dog food to the dog. Flyaway Geese is giving away some Grey Goose vodka, because I'm going to tell you, if you've got geese on your golf course, you need some vodka. And Envu's got a cool package with some Yeti bowls and some collars and things that these guys are going to need for their new dog. So we're excited to find out who the winner is going to be.
Flyaway Geese, Grey Goose.
Right.
I know where you were going with this. This was well timed, very nicely branded. So are we ready to find out who our winner is this year? Right? Okay, well, please give it up for this year's winner of the Flyaway Geese giveaway, Michael Mahoney from the Harmon Club in Rockland, Massachusetts. Michael, come on up. Michael, we all hope that Easy will help make things easier for all of you at the Harmon Club. I think he's gonna do just that.
Congrats. Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again. We'll take a picture.
That's okay.
Easy, just posing perfectly. He knows why he's here. All right, well, thank you so much to Envu and to Flyaway Geese. What an incredible day. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we will see you all later this afternoon for our send-off celebration.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're happy to be here wrapping up the GCSAA Conference in Phoenix, Arizona, February 1st, 2024. So we're here representing Tita Green Corporation, a company that's from Oregon, raises only bentgrass, distributes bentgrass throughout the world. Tita Green's a 50-year-old company as of last year, and it's grower-owned. So we're here today as three of the growers, three of the owners, to tell you how bentgrass is grown in Oregon. So it's grown in the Willamette Valley in Oregon, which is approximately 120 miles long, about 50 miles wide. And so today, so I'm Terry Plegman. I'm the president of the company and one of the original founders. And we're into the second, third generation now of growers. And so today we have on my far side Tony Cuff, and he's from the North Valley, the Woodburn area of Oregon, and Rodney Hightower, who's from Junction City, which we call the South Valley. So let's get right into some of the things about talking about bentgrass. So Tony, there's a lot of rumors going on right now that the 2023 production crop of bentgrass was kind of haphazard, maybe not too good. What was your experience? What did you see? And so I know you do some custom cleaning. So what did you see in the grass industry for 2023?
So 2023 was actually one of the better growing seasons that we've had. We actually had a better than average crop, and so it resulted in a better yield than in the past. Cleaning our own seed at our warehouse, we found that it actually cleaned a lot smoother this year, and in result we got a better product in the bag. As far as overall, I guess growing season, I think that it's been a really good 2023 year. And
did you actually hear of any growers that were having issues this year with harvest?
You know,
too early to tell.
Yeah, it's too early to tell as well. Yeah.
But you had a good crop.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a like I say, above average yield, and it was great. Yeah.
Good. Rodney, what did you see?
On our farm, our yields were above average.
Okay, good.
And I think as a company, most of our yields were above average, and Tita Green has plenty of seed to sell this year.
Good.
We're not short of seed at all. We have plenty of each one of our varieties available for the end users.
Okay, good. So first, everybody knows how corn, soybeans, wheat is grown. How is growing bentgrass different? You know, what specialty things do you have to do? So Tony, like if you're going to plant bentgrass, what do you have to prep the ground a little more? How?
Yeah, the number one thing that we do is we start clean. From the time that we till the soil, we prep it for bentgrass. From the time that we till that soil, we continue to keep our bentgrasses clean from the time that we seed the seed into the soil and all the way through to the cleaning line. It makes a process that much easier to put it in a bag clean and make you know, blue tag certification specs. So I don't know.
So how do you plant it? Is it just planted with a regular grain drill like you would plant wheat, or?
So on our farm, we actually have a perennial ryegrass and tall fescue that we plant. Bentgrass is a total different animal in a sense that we plant it with carbon, similar to the other species, but we actually put the seed in the carbon and grow it right through the
so it actually sprays out?
Yeah, spray nozzle. As far as South Valley.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
similar.
Rodney, you pretty much do it the same way?
Yeah, we plant the same way. Some of the other differences that would be notable is that bentgrass generally takes quite a bit of water compared to most of the other crops that are grown in the Willamette Valley. And then when it comes to harvest, you can see from the pictures behind us that we're using the same combines that are used to harvest corn and soybeans and wheat. And the biggest difference to compare creeping bentgrass to corn, with corn there's about 2,500 kernels to 1 pound. And with bentgrass, depending on the variety, it could be 4 million seeds per pound to 7 million seeds per pound. So we're talking about a very, very tiny seed that is easily blown out the back of the combine and can leak out of any cracks and crevices of the machine. So we have to do a lot of work to our combines to keep them tight, make sure there's no holes or places where the seed can escape. We turn the fan speeds way down, and we're going a lot slower. Our ground speed is a lot slower.
Okay, so it's very small. So Tony, I know you do cleaning.
Correct.
So I don't think people understand how small it is to clean. So like, I know a screen on an average screen door is 18 by 18 wires per square inch. And I know bent is much smaller. What size screen do you use? I mean, just give us an idea how small the seed is.
Yeah, we actually use a 36 by 36, which would be even, twice as small. We screen off actually small particles of dirt and allow that bentgrass to pop, to sift through. So it's very small. It's like Rodney said, 4 to 7 million seeds per pound. It's very small. It's a
Rodney,
process.
Tita Green only sells certified seed, and not every company does that. Why is Oregon certified seed important?
Well, if you buy seed that has a blue tag on it, you can be guaranteed that it's going to be genetically and physically pure. In the state of Oregon, Oregon State University is the official seed certifying agency. And so when a plant breeder comes up with a new variety and it gets released and they want to start increasing it and get enough seed to get out into the market, Oregon State University, through the certification service, tracks every generation of that. So when we plant the seed, it comes with a tag, and we have to turn those tags in so that we can prove that we planted the right seed. And that ensures the traceability of it. And then every step of the way, the certification service is inspecting the fields to make sure that they're clean and that we planted what we were supposed to plant there. And then at harvest time, the seed is also tested in the seed lab to make sure that it's physically pure, that there is no weed seed in it and no crop seed or too much inert matter.
Yeah. So Tony, when you clean the seed, does the seed have a certified seed? So does it have a number on it, like a lot number or something? And can you tell us how that works? What does that mean?
So each field has its own lot number, and that's to make sure that the genetics follow that variety specifically, and each warehouse has its own lot number as well, a warehouse number. So that's very critical with the blue tag certification, is that make sure that you've got a warehouse number, the year, and the lot number specific to each growing field. That's the way of tracking it. So it's very specific to each variety, and as well as each.
And so that number's with Oregon State, so you
Yes.
could, in theory, trace what you produced in 2023. In theory, you could, if you get the lot number off of a bucket or a bag of bentgrass from Tita Green, you could, in theory, take that clear back to when the date it was planted and Oregon State inspected it, right?
That's correct. Every field out there that has ever been harvested through the Oregon State certification program, you can take as far back as the number on the bag or the bucket and trace it through the certification program through a blue tag certification.
So in the world of creeping bentgrass, Bentgrass has been around a long, long time. My dad was not the earliest guy, but I remember, and it was a while ago, he got his first plants in October 1958. And Pencross was, you know, the only thing going, which is when the Oregon Pencross Bentgrass Association was formed, and then about 10 years later, Tita Green was formed, and so we've been going 50 years doing that. But so I know both of you guys have raised Pencross in the past, and we're now on the 4th or 5th, what we would call generation. So I know both of you have had Pure Distinction, which is probably our premier Bentgrass. What do you see the difference as physically growing it for seed? What's the difference between like Pure Distinction and Pencross? Tony, go ahead first.
So I would say the number one thing, the difference is just the genetics, the makeup of the varieties that we have, that Tita Green has. It's number one, it's in a very aggressive root. Just growing habits are above and beyond what we've seen, you know, our neighbors grow in the past. The other thing is input costs. You know, with today's input costs, whether it be labor, you know, power bills, all the, you know, nutrition, fertilization, all that. Input costs are so much, you know, lower on this. Less water. You don't have to use as much water, you know, to get the vigor of the growth. You know, so there's a lot of I would say it comes down to input costs is at the top, but just the growing traits is definitely a bonus.
Rodney, what do you see in this? Just as a side note, is there, you know, so there's a lot of good chemicals when you're raising fescue and perennial ryegrass. Is bentgrass the same way, or a little harder to raise, or?
A little harder. It's a higher valued crop, so we want to be careful that we don't damage it in any way, but we still keep it as clean as we possibly can. So the
Does that require a lot of hand labor then?
Yes. So in order to pull out off-type grasses and weeds that can be noxious, we spend a lot of hand labor going through bentgrass fields. And that, as Tony said, with the cost of labor now, our labor costs just keep going up. So one of the things that I found particularly with Pure Distinction is how aggressive it is. We plant in 12-inch rows, and the Pure Distinction fields that we've planted have closed the rows in much, much faster than any of our other varieties, especially Pencross. And it comes back very quickly after harvest too. When we harvest, the water's shut off for a while, so the fields get brown, and when you start watering, they green up very quickly compared to some of the older varieties.
So it closes in the field faster then? And
yes, when the rows close up, it's aggressive in that manner, and so it can squeeze out the weeds, basically, is how it works. So the quicker that you can get those rows to grow together, that's less space for the weeds to grow.
Okay, good. So I know both you guys, and I've known you for a long time, and I know you're top-notch growers, but you could raise bentgrass for any of the seed companies in Oregon. Why do you raise for Tita Green?
Because we're the owners. That gives us a stake in growing a good product and also how the company does. Because we're owners, I'm on the board of directors. I have access to all the information for sales and marketing and what the markets are doing, which varieties are the best, and it gives me access to way more information. And it's an honor to be associated with the other growers that are the owners, because I know that they're all trying to grow the same type of a quality of a product that I am.
Okay, great. Tony, anything to add to that?
I would say I grow it mainly because of the varieties, the genetics that are there. The higher standards that we hold our growers to is a big benefit. Even, you know, we take pride in seeing our bents on some of the most prestigious golf courses out there, and it comes back to the pride and the level of, you know, expectation and standards that we hold ourselves to as we grow the bentgrass.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, Thank you both for doing this today. And as you heard, they're the owners of Tita Green. They make the decision. They set the prices. They decide what the growers are going to get, which is payments to themselves. But they realize it can't be too much or too little. And Tita Green has 7 different varieties we raised, 2 exclusively for Pure Seed, A+ and Pure Eclipse. And thank you for today.